Sorry, guys, I had to figure out what the heck was going on because I can't read the chat on my streaming platform, but I can read it over here on YouTube. I did post a Patreon that we would be slightly late today. I had to drop daughter off over at her abuela's house. Mama's going to meet her over there in just a bit, so it should be a good time today. As we're looking at stocks for the market at this point, we still have the opportunity for that window to be open. We did see the potential for Donald Trump opening up the time frame a little bit here. And something that we're watching for is that potential for a negative GDP reading. We'll actually be looking into that, but you do have the possibility now, if we're able to do some good stuff today or Monday, to actually head higher into GDP, and you could even extend this into the closing Friday past July 4th. So we'll see if that's going to take place. But for today, we do have those daily expected moves. If you didn't catch the video yesterday, we did update these. So we're going to update these with you guys right now. These are the levels that you have from the video, but these are the levels that you potentially will need, which is 603.52. And then to the downside, you do have 591.36. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, for the Qs, you're going to have a little bit different levels as well. 537.57. Now, this could be a theta burn day. That's the worst kind of expiration. The worst kind of OPEX is when you kind of just linger around all day and you see like one, maybe two moves. So at this point, the reason we're paying attention to if we're going to head up is because you do have divergences suggesting that you can head up. And you do have those divergences that have caused this market to come back above what? This high right here. Something interesting here about these kinds of plays, since we are talking like this is a private stream today, you are getting a stream that is going to be for private members in the future. We'll talk about this more and more as we go on into July. But something to talk about is we always say there's multiple ways to trade these. So if you see a divergence forming and you like some stuff on the 5-minute, who says you can't play this leg right here and just take like this expiration, say, hey, if we get above that, okay, we're going to go retest. That's a good trade from here to here. There's multiple different ways to do it. So we should be able to, even with looking at different charts, if you're looking at 5-minute, I'm looking at 30, we should be able to pay attention to direction and execute our own styles in those environments. So we'll be watching for some potential good things here because the Qs have divergence on the MACD and RSI. The SPY has those divergences on the MACD and RSI as well. The SPY has yet to take out this high, right? So if the Qs are trying to get up to that kind of level, well, the SPY would want to try to do the same. That would be fantastic. But you can wait for confirmation on this if you are looking for the 2-hour move to take you for a test of this high or at least the gap fill. This move looks like it could come, and that would be a very interesting time. As it stands for our Apple, we see Apple here have the 30-minute divergences we were talking about. We were talking about a 2-hour move that does fail. Remember, the window has been opened and that Apple overall has taken out all of the lower highs in recent time for the 30-minute. This means that you are very, very likely, as you keep raising that floor, showing a pathway higher. Make sure that during this time you are watching if the 30-minute comes down into these areas and curls back up into positive territory. You could potentially even mark this off as some kind of gap, or as some kind of zone at this point. Put it in red and just say, hey, if we lose that, it's a bad thing. But if we tap back into that, we are coming from the upside. So we are doing what I kind of thought, Tesla would end up doing. Ping-ponging right now might begin here. But if we're able to dip down into this area and see some good price action, that would be very good for Apple. If we're able to dip down in this area and then curl up into here and then reject, we'll start to watch out for if this zone does break. Just be aware of that for Apple, but that's something you can mark off. We did see rejection from the bottom of this zone as very probable, but we'll see if this is able to extend, right? It's first of all, it's just showing you the bullish or the try to reverse around the trend. If it is successful, then you can see further upside, further upside, further upside into some kind of trap. So we'll be watching for that for Apple, but needs some positivity to really get going. Tesla doing something good and bad, showing the way higher, but also kind of rejecting that way higher for the time being. So what is going to go on here is if the 30-minute crosses down, you start to get risk that you're going to take out these lows. So not a good thing. I wouldn't necessarily be long if the 30 minutes crossing down. But if the 30 minutes able to figure its stuff out and curl back up, that would be fantastic. What you're also looking for is just a 2-hour good bar to confirm today. If a 2-hour good bar confirms today, it looks like you are going to extend this overall move, and you could extend it as high up into that previous zone where you are at risk of rejecting from something like 350. Okay, so we'll be watching here because if this cuts it short, we'll be watching this area because this just might be your kind of corrective move up that then fails and you start to tear down again, right? We do believe that Tesla is overall ping-ponging between what? 2 zones down here. That's what I believe at this point, but now you're creating your own block over here, so we have to watch that behavior. Probably get rid of that for now. We can leave this up. Daily scale curls up, then Tesla's just going. By the way, if daily scale is able to turn up here, watch for, you're going to get pullbacks and things like that, but watch over the next couple of weeks. This thing could sky up to like $400, and that would be insane. But that would set up potential divergences. So if we're able to extend this into, say, July, then watch out for some kind of reversal and some kind of divergence here on your MACD and RSI. Very nice. Amazon, lower high. So these are bad. Like, this is rolling. This is definitely rolling. Like, a lot of things are rolling. I totally understand if you're just sitting back and relaxing right now, because you're starting to see what? Oh, no. Oh, no. And the 5 starting to do what? Turn down a little bit. So you really want to be watching your 30 minutes very closely here. Make sure some kind of positive trend is taking place, which you don't have one right now for Amazon. So just be aware of that. What you want to see is, hey, can this now take this out, come back up to here and just roll right away? That would probably be the structure to head lower for Amazon, so just be aware of it. As it stands for NVIDIA, we do see a bunch of divergence. We see a bunch of divergence on the 2-hour. We could easily daily pull back at any moment for NVIDIA. That's why I'm not necessarily talking about getting too bullish at this point on NVIDIA. I think that even if it did this, it will end up doing this, and then at least doing this, right? So I will be able to be patient here, and it will pay off for me in the end. That is what I will keep telling myself. Now, we do see potential for a 30-minute divergence here for AMD outside of a monthly expected move. Now, this is a crazy move, and you have extreme buyers beneath. So even if this curls down the 2-hour, you have to treat it very seriously. Like, hey, if this at any time is able to curl up before breaking critical levels and tearing down, well, then this would be the look to look for if it's going to tear down. So I would be cautious with it. I understand it's a play to execute, right? It hasn't confirmed yet. So just be aware it has not confirmed yet. So that is something you might be waiting for. As it stands, Meta rolling. This is starting to roll this move pretty good. Now, it could be a retest into those buyers. We'll see what happens with price action, but that could be a lower high right now. And your MACD is kind of saying, and your RSI is kind of saying it is already a lower high. It was too aggressive to the downside. What's going on here for the 30-minute? You're starting to go extremely negative. It's not necessarily a good thing. Now, crazy things happen in these times, right? In these times of OpEx, and maybe you're just coming down in to test this area right here where you want to hold up, right? You don't necessarily want to lose that zone, but if you're able to catch a bounce from this zone in some way, that would be a good thing. And you also still can find support at these levels. So what do we know about Meta? We know that if it breaks this, then it starts to get a little bit uglier. You have that roll into a lower roll, into a lower roll, and then you actually break those levels and head down. So this is a time to be a little bit critical of Meta. This is at the yellow line. That is a decision-making area. Microsoft actually going up to this area. This is really, really sketchy for the time being, because this is really saying, hey, I do have all of those points of divergence, and I've tested that monthly expected move. So Microsoft is leaning towards more of a like, hey, we're going to daily pull back right now. That is what Microsoft is overall saying. Microsoft is saying we at least want to pull back down into 476, if not 470. And if it wants to get really, really bad, Microsoft could go all the way down to 454 and figure its stuff out. Actually, if it really wants to get bad, that 437 looks pretty interesting to me. I know it's a monthly expected move, and those will change in July, but that's still an area to pay attention to. So I don't like the look of Microsoft right now. The only answer to Microsoft is squeeze. As it stands, we see another one that is potentially rolling at this point. We can see the 30-minute. We can see it breaking these critical levels and saying, hey, if I just do this and then do this, that can be a bad thing. You have a zone right in here. So if you're able to reject from there and roll one more time, I think you will see something like, let's see, what do you think? I guess you could definitely like probably see gap fill. I guess if you're looking at this, you want to look at daily time frame. If you're going to start to daily pull back, and you would just say, okay, here, and then ultimately though, you really do want to get down and test that 160. That would be fantastic. Like 163 would be great to go test. So once again, we're going to be patient and see that daily pullback come eventually. What we notice here is that 2-hour signal from volatility giving you the divergence, suggesting there could be positivity in the market, right? Volatility was like suggesting, hey, there could be positivity. For now, is not necessarily making a lower low. It's made somewhat of a lower high, but it's not really making the lower low just yet. So look for a 30-minute divergence. If you see 30-minute divergence, then you might be a little bit more worried. I'm not really worried about this at this point. I think that it'll tell you if it's going to break down. For now, it really looks like it's going to come into these type of areas and try to roll one more time. If you get one more roll here, you might see upside into GDP. That might be slightly difficult to say for stocks like Microsoft and ones at their monthly expected moves. Okay, you want to be cautious with stocks at their monthly expected moves and know that they just might go sideways. They might set some kind of trap. For this, for now, I would really be looking for, does the 30-minute cross up, and does the 30-minute take out? Yeah, we'll take the highest level. Take it out or get up to these levels and curl back up into positive territory, right? Show us that you can go positive. Show us you can go positive again. And that can be a bad thing, but that might take up until Monday. The memers, not really meming right now, just holding that floor for the time being, right where we want it to hold the floor, and trying to give a barely a higher low for AMC. This is when it might attempt to turn around. We'll see if that's able to take place, but what you need to take out is all this in here. We see that if you came up to that area, you could really use this 5 as it kind of staggers up to see that turn around. So something I would like to see from AMC is some positivity today. I would like to see positivity from them. We are not getting that. So if the 30-minute does confirm down, you're always at risk of going to lower levels into the zone. If you see something dramatic and takes you out of the zone, I'd expect a little bit more downside there. GME, I am still in the assessment that this needs a 2-hour lower or a higher low or a 2-hour divergence. And I think you're going to potentially get that next week. I think you're potentially going to get that roll to happen, give you that divergence, and then you're going to try to turn up and actually take back this 5 very confidently. No real good hints from the 30-minute at this point. DJT is going down to lower levels. Once again, wiping out the divergence point right here, wiping out all the divergence on your RSI. So it's not a good sign for DJT. What this is going to need to do is either squeeze into a pullback, or it is going to need to set up some kind of divergence before it gets going. So we'll be watching for that. SoFi in the risky area with 2-hour divergence. What do you think I'm going to say here for SoFi? It's time to make a damn decision is what I think. I think that this daily is at risk of turning down at any point to give you that pullback down into potentially all the way down into about $13.50 to $14. That's an area that I'd be keeping my eye on for the daily pullback. This area pretty much right in here. Right there looks pretty nice. If you wanted to get aggressive, we can really go all the way down to like 11, yeah, about $11 if we need to take care of a gap. Palantir has daily divergence here, so be watching for that to confirm. Do you have the signals that suggest that Palantir is done? Not necessarily. Palantir could do this, it could do this, it could do this, and it could still curl up into positive territory and just take you to that upside and then set up that divergence point or something like that. That would be nice. We'll be watching for it. If it's not going to give you that hint, then look for the daily confirmation. That is when you know that Palantir is very likely pulling back into 125.50 or taking care of some gaps in these areas. If it wants to get extremely bloody at that point, you would be looking right in here towards $90 to $97, I believe. So just be aware. We can notice here that gold is not necessarily the happiest of campers. I think we were doing this on GC, looking at the futures here with a 4-hour chart. We are not at a monthly expected move yet, and the 4-hour chart is still within range of creating a higher low and going positive. So if this is able to go positive, you will look for the roll because it is slightly negative. Look for that to curl back down. If it does, then this is most likely going through that pullback for a little bit of time, maybe even on the daily scale. Now, the daily scale is showing you a bunch of divergence, which means what? hey, this can tear down dramatically. Is it done yet? That's a question to be had. Over this price action, I think we would more so build up into some kind of 4-hour trap for gold futures, and then we're able to see that sell down, maybe even towards the end of the month. So looking at GLD, that would mean we are going to get a 2-hour move to the upside that gets you outside of the monthly expected move. The market is not going to like that potentially for the time being, and we're going to see some upside into about 319 over the next couple of weeks, and then we're going to see that reverse back down. If you can sky that and wipe out divergences, okay, then gold's coming back and we're seeing it scream higher. AVGO starting to roll this as well. Did not play out exactly how we figured it would yet. We'll see if it's just going to take a long time to continue because you're still not losing a bunch. You're kind of consolidating sideways for the most part. You refuse to let these buyers go away, right? This whole bar in here, we keep testing it because those are where those big buyers came in, and you just keep seeing support there. For now, though, I'd be looking if you make like a sneaky little divergence and you confirm that by the end of the day. That is how you make the next 2-hour move higher and actually go to the monthly expected move, or potentially cut it short, right? Cut it a little short and then roll that move. That could be very interesting, but that could take you into the end of the month as well. We see here that JP Morgan has the 2-hour move to the upside, no divergence here, so there is potential for continuation. Is it going to get a 2-hour pullback first? We'll find out, but it could see something like this into something like this to actually set some kind of trap. The 30-minute here doesn't have divergence either. I would at least be looking out for if that does. It can give you a lower high or something like that, but these buyers are very strong. So just be aware that this is doing something crazy, and it might want to pull back into that weekly expected move with a 68% chance. It means if you have options expiring today, I wouldn't expect some kind of, absolute YOLO, but it can squeeze a little bit towards the end of the day on something like OPEX. Let's go back over to the SPY. Just be paying attention and seeing if these things can confirm. Maybe we want to watch the Qs as well, but right now the SPY looks like it needs to confirm some 30-minute divergence, and then we can maybe be off to the races if that is in store for us these next couple of sessions. I think today and Monday will tell you a lot about stocks. Oh, shoot. I went over here. I need to go back over here. Okay. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about. Well, welcome in, guys. Thank you so much. Sorry we had to start a little bit late today. Oh, AMD. Did I go over AMD? Yeah, AMD as well is just, it's one of those that's outside of it. We did, I believe I went over AMD. It's just the buyers are so strong here. The thing with AMD is it really wants the 2-hour pullback, and the 2-hour pullback will be risky. These things are very risky. Like, you kind of have a mixed bag here of like, are we going to do irrational things in certain stocks and then pull back in other ones? Like, what's going to take place here? So that's what I'm saying. I think there's a lot of uncertainty going forward, and this is like kind of why you watch this channel. It's like, hey, what am I doing right now? I'm going to be patient because I don't know if over the weekend there's going to be something bad happen and then we just start a daily pullback. I don't know if we're just going to pull back on the 2-hour into GDP or if we're going to set a trap by GDP. If we set a trap by GDP, I can take a trade. If we do a 2-hour dip before GDP, I can take a trade because the 2-hour will cross up. I have a swing trade. If we're not going to do any of that, we're just going to turn down aggressively right away and we're going to see daily pullbacks. Well, then I can sit back and be patient and just sit there and go, okay, cool. I'm going to wait until we see 2-hour divergence. And we'll probably look for a monthly expected move in July to do so. And I'll have to be very patient, but it will reward me with a very easy to execute and a very nice extendable trade. AMD has too many divergences and it's outside of its monthly. So the job here is done. The job here is done. Now you want to do this, right? And over here, or you want to do this, right? Over here, or you want to do this way down here. That's the fact of it. Where does it want to stop? And that's where you use your shorter time frame skills. Shorter time frame skills, shorter time frame skills. That's what we'll look for. But as of right now, AMD, for me, is in the profit-taking area. It's definitely there for the month. Like, you're outside of a monthly expected move, so 68% chance to turn down. What I would just say is, if it's the regular 3 things, right? There's a decision-making area. If you think there is more upside, then it is still just me talking about decisions to be made here. And the decision that I usually like a lot of the time is to just take profit and then leave some runners, but you can always like keep the position and hedge. I am just someone who is more prone to be taking profit more often than not. Funny how Apple is trying to catch up. It is, and that's what I'm talking about. Are we going to just see the SPY and the Qs be able to kind of like artificially hold up while like Meta, AMD, these bigger thing, like these other stocks like pull back, but we see big runs from certain other ones to keep markets up. That has happened. Volatility as of right now is apparently down by 11. Remember, volatility was really, really strange as it stands. This number over here, I don't know if that's going to be like, we looked at this in last night's video, and if you were paying attention, we said if you look to your right, the VIX is showing that it was up by 10% yesterday, and it technically wasn't. Technically was not, right? We see this bar from Wednesday. It said yesterday, and I'm like, oh, it's not supposed to give you a reading, but Wednesday it's actually down by 6.76. Now it's down by only 2.29, but the thing on the right is telling you it's down by 10%. So being very, very weird, but you do have the chance for a daily pullback here. What are you looking for as far as is risk coming back into the market? Is it really risky over the weekend? If it's going to be really risky over the weekend, if you see a green bar close like this, if I see a green bar close like this, I will not be anywhere near taking a long over this weekend. I just won't. And that's okay, right? I can say it's too much of a risky time for me. It's perfectly fine with that. You want to let the trade come to you. And if you see extreme risk come in, maybe even hedging a little, or like not necessarily hedging, but taking that hedge like position for volatility would be a good thing. And then you just see on Monday, do you get a dip that then curls back up? If it curls back up, okay, then I'm out of the play. So this is really starting to break down. I did see some people suggest that we could test something like 595. And I think they were considering like futures. So you notice futures is going up. We have a lot of price action here, but you notice these levels down in here towards this 59.50. You can still see how the 2-hour would like to dip back down into there, which it did fail, by the way, so far. You did not make the new high. But this says, hey, we can come back down into all the way into like 59.50 before curling up, which kind of means the SPY can dip down lower as well before we curl up. Very, very interesting. I don't think I updated these daily expected moves on here yet, just so you are aware. The correct ones are in the bottom right corner. And another thing that I was pulling up these moving averages for was just to give us a good idea, give us a good area of like risk. And you'll notice that throughout this run, when we reject off the 20, it's kind of bad. We kind of dip below the 20 sometimes, right? So if we do this little dip below, we need to see a wick or something. The more worrisome thing is when you use all of those things when they're kind of congested in an area as support or resistance. So you notice once they get kind of congested, we see this little dip down support. All right, so what I'm looking for is, do they get congested again? And we see like a resistance moment here on like a 30-minute or 2-hour. That's what I'll be really watching for. This is not necessarily a good look, and you do have a lot of stocks like AMD and other things that are saying down, but then you just had Trump open up the window. So I'm going to be patient. Holy Tesla breakout. Ooh. Yeah, you're dipping down into buyers. Like, you need these buyers to just show up. Your 15-minute has definitely rolled here if you were trying to take the 30-minute play. You just 100% have like potential divergence and stuff. But I just think it's more just like, do we actually break the low? Like, do we actually break through? If we break through, is this just over? I think it might be, but maybe during a retest, we can see kind of a boom, 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 and then we're able to get a good idea of what's going on here for Tesla. Still in the consolidation, one break, one fake to the upside, and then we start to break down again. If it's dipping down into buyers, we want to see this 15-minute whip right back up. You do not want the 30-minute to confirm down on the MACD. You do not want to lose this low. Those two things together are a recipe for not success. Let's see if the divergences are holding. We need to see potential positivity in the next 3 minutes, I think. 595 weird. Exactly. Everything was so strange. And this is why I hate, and I don't care about what it's called. I hate days off in the market that are kind of, to me, made up in some way. If you don't know this about me, I am very critical about days off with markets because I think that days off with markets are blatantly a way for them to move things. By them, I mean the top 10% that own 90% of the stocks. I think that they are moving things. I think dealers move things. We can tell that from the implied volatility. If there is no trading that is supposed to happen, then there should be no trading that is supposed to happen, in my opinion. I think we should just like, give people more vacation time and let them take off the time they want to take off when they want to take it off. Like you want to, okay, well, if you want to celebrate Christmas, okay, you can use your vacation for that. You have more of it now. You don't enjoy being manipulated? Manipulate it. I mean, I know the manipulation takes place. It's just those are the times where you have to sit back and be like, ugh. Those are the times where you just can't react in real time. You can't really trust. Like, can I trust this 30-minute divergence today? Like all those questions come in my head after days like Juneteenth. Like you're telling me the day that they happen to pick to be off is right before a quad witching OPEX. It's just like, oh, and Vixpiration always happens on FOMC days. Like, oh, what a crate. Like, yeah, that's definitely an accident. It's like it's annoying, but it's also the simple answer there is do what I'm doing, which is just sit back and relax for this week now. If they show you the short signal for you to take some kind of topping play with a hedge like position, take it, but I don't think it's obvious yet. Because there's so much funkiness that went on yesterday is why it's not obvious, right? Technically, we dipped down to lower levels, still created the divergence point on your RSI just over here. But you saw this dip down to lower levels. Like if that would have happened during market hours, that would be really, really bad. This could be retest time. Yeah, it looks like retest for now, though. I hate having to use extended hours now. Well, so Jim, options get destroyed or whatever. So that is something that likes to happen on UpX a lot. You kind of see like everyone bullish wants that move in the morning, right? Everyone bullish wants like this right away. So the Qs, people got the Qs. That was lucky. But yeah, everyone wants this right away. What ends up happening is that's probably going to happen. But you're going to like do this, then you're going to do this, then you're going to do this, and then you'll scale up at the end of the day. Then you'll just burst through at the end of the day. A lot of OPEX end with some kind of big downward move or upward move at the end of the day. And it's, a lot of OPEX is just where the most orders at. It doesn't work like consistently, but a lot of the time they're just looking for orders around. They can do that in multiple ways. So for today, that would mean like 600. 600, I think it would gravitate to there and 590. So if we really wanted to, we could go all the way down to 590 today and it would make total sense. That's where like a big amount of orders are. That is the closest strike with the most amount of orders is 590. So that means 590 or 600 would be a likely place to tag towards the end of the day. And we will be live all day long. We will have that lunchtime break. I'm going to stay on just a little bit longer this morning just because I came on a little bit later. So I'll skip the gym for you guys, get some lunch, and then come back on here. But we will be live this morning until for about another hour, hour and a half, about an hour. So we'll have to see if these things confirm. It means a 2-hour move to the upside is most likely coming. If a 2-hour move to the upside does come, you would be looking for what? Well, you'd probably be looking for Monday's daily expected move to start to pull back, right? If you see this 2 hour start to go wham, and then Monday you just hit that daily move, you kind of sit there all day. Maybe it's Tuesday, you pull back, and then you're able to see upside again to get to that weekly expected move, maybe on that, maybe going into the next week. So we really have to see what shapes up here. We could still easily just see this and then roll that. So we'll be looking for the 30-minute divergence. A lot of liquidity in here. So if we wanted to use that to head down, like this is how I would probably see that take place. This would take you into the next week's expiration pretty much, or wait, yeah, next week. So end of the month. So you open the window to GDP and end of the month, and those are the first two things you pay attention to. And then you look for the weirdness with potentially more shortened trading weeks in the first bit of July. I need to go look when those are, but I'm pretty sure. God dang it. I keep clicking over to read chat, and it's not where I want it to be. They don't want to pay out the 600. Exactly. They don't want to pay out the 590. Exactly. So they're going to do them. They're going to do one, and they're going to make it really, really tricky. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, you're going to get your 600. No, you're not. Oh, yeah, you're going to get your 590. No, you're not. Right? That's probably what takes place here. 0DTE probably taking over too. Starting to get a little bit bullish. Yeah, as far as VIX goes, the signals say we go up. As far as the 30-minute goes for SPY, if I can confirm we go up is what's overall being suggested. The Qs are not in a risky spot at all. If you want to look at something that looks a little bit less dangerous right now than the SPY, right? Then you're still looking at the Qs, seeing if that will confirm these divergences. You had no confirmation yet. See how they're all congested? See how they're all congested in one area? That's what we want to see. Now, what's the way that we head down? We lose the 200 on the 30 and then we roll it. That's a big way you head down, right? You lose the 200. Yeah, you pop your head above it, but you roll it, right? Oh, see over here? This isn't a roll. See how we come down and then we come up, but we never, no new lows. That's not a roll. So you never had the chance of doing this, this, and this. This is not a roll. No new low. And then you have to look if those new rolls give you a divergence. Isn't trading fun? I love it. Can we look at the 1 second time frame? I personally like my eyes. Yeah, I was cross-eyed as a kid. Yeah, I have astigmatism, but I personally like my eyes, and a 1 second chart might make them bleed. Yeah, that's probably right, Richard. That's about the right timing. OSCR. What's this guy? Oscar help. Oh, yeah, we can look at it for sure. Looks good. Looks like it did something great. Hopefully you were in it. You know what to look for with this. Come on. There's you gonna get FOMO'd, or are you gonna try to get a 30-minute pullback? That's about it. Get FOMO'd and be right or wrong with a serious gamble to it, or just wait for a 30-minute pullback into here, and see what happens. 30-minute swing trade's the next trade there. Great upside, cool move. Oh, thank you so much for leaving a like on. Oh, I can see the likes over here. Now I can call you guys out for not liking the stream. No, I don't care. So are we looking for 591 on SPY? You don't have any indication. I mean, honestly, at this point, until this divergence is completely wiped out, like, right, you need to see negativity for the next 23 minutes. Wipe out these points, these points, these points. Really, you need to wipe out this one right here. So this one right here is going to be the important one. So you will need to wipe out this point right here. You haven't done so, so we can't really say anything is failing at this point. 15's holding it. 15 crosses up. Look at that. 15 crosses up. You're looking at 603.52 by end of day, which means you go up to 600, you go past it, they roll it, and then they go like this. That would take potentially all the way into end of day, if not Monday. right? They just, oh, the 600 is going to pay. No, it's not. Okay, now it is. Like right when they can't do it anymore. Right when they close the contracts. All right, I'm gonna screen it. I'm gonna do it. All right, we screenshotted it. It's there forever. It's on the internet forever. You have a 15-minute divergence. If this confirms, that is completely contradicting you. It's saying 603 is possible by today or Monday. I hope so, but I'm screenshotting your little comment. We're gonna make sure. Leave that 1% guy, right, young boy? Oh, Chris wants 60. You know you want, you little day trader. You want 603 on the table. I know you do. Yeah, of course you want 603. We know Chris wants it. Chris is like, confirm it so I can take a trade to 600, then pull it back on a 5-minute so I can just see everyone dip down, and then I can take Monday calls into the close and then sell it at the close at 603. I know, Chris. I know your fucking game. You don't think I know how you do it? I know exactly what you're doing. Look at that. Me judging you guys on not liking got 3 more likes. Hell yeah. I'm being so judgmental. Oh, we lost 3 likes. No. I know, Chris. It's good though. I take the 603. So see, some people like the 603. I would just say you don't see new high here, just be careful, right? If we get a 15-minute move, the next one that kind of like fails, and if you see this like curl up, curl down really fast, that's when you get a little bit more worried. If you curl up and you make the new high, all you do is you go look at your 30-minute, you go, okay, if I'm day trading it, I know 600 is a pretty important level. And then we just blast up to, potentially 603, I would say by end of day or Monday. But you roll that on the 15-minute and it's all different. You're going down to potentially 5. So yeah, if you want your 591, you got to see a 15-minute roll here. I think you even have like potential for little things in here. Yeah, you have 5-minute divergence all over this. This is really suggesting, hey, 600 or 603.50 will be tagged today. At least 600. That's what it really looks like. Technically, 15-minute only has to take out 599.50. It can do this, stop short, come back down into it, mellow out for the end of the day, say, oh yeah, you're going to get your 600, you're going to get your 600. And it just kind of like slowly does it. Then it waits till that 30 minutes before it closes those. Then you see it start to ramp up. And you get like 15 minutes of positivity. So, but that is all on the assessment that the 15-minute needs to hold what? This. It needs to hold this point way down here. Because you are seeing all the bits and pieces of a roll right now in the weirdest price action. I know. It is strange. This price action is strange. You want the daily move for AMC? I don't know if you're going to get that daily move, my dude. You are hoping and praying that this 15-minute and 30-minute divergence is just going to skyrocket this thing. GME able to take back 5-day, just kind of with time though. Really looks like a 2-hour cross down is very high potential there, but we got to hit up Robert now. We got to hit up Robert and be like, hey man, be a little. Ooh, Google really pulling back. Is Google like pulling back on the? Yeah, Google's like pulling back on the daily here. If this is saying it doesn't want to continue, huh? This is like the weirdest. It could go this way. It could go that way. Trade like, actually, who said trade like water in the chat? Because that's probably the most likely thing that's good here is just being like flipping back and forth. I don't know, Richard. I don't know where they're at. It's probably because I started the show a little late. They have time to come in though. We'll be live all day. Uh-oh, here's the 2-hour bar. Closes in 27 minutes. Oh, you wiping it out. You're wiping it out. Exactly what you don't want to see. There's one thing that's bad here. I want to just tell you there's one thing that's really bad here and why I'm still not going to do anything here. It's OpX. It's quad witching OpX. So what could they be doing? They could be baiting in those 590s even more, and then they can shift it back up, bait the 600s, then they can shift it down, see those 590s, and then they could shoot it up next week. So I'm just not 100% convinced. I don't think you have the likings of like, yeah, this is going to be an insane move to the upside or for volatility. Yeah, you don't really see it. So we would need to see what from volatility. Here's where you get scared. 2-hour confirmation or just this type of look, right? You take this out, you get that to curl back up on Monday. That means you saw something bad over the weekend. That's what that means. So I'm not trying to confuse you right now. I promise you, I'm not trying to confuse you. It's just right now, I think that it's a moment where you have to see if we squeeze up by today or Monday. Screenshot got me looking like a genius. Hell yeah, go to do it. I want you to be like, here's the thing. I want you to be right too. Like, I want you to make money. I want everyone to make money. Yeah, it's just the language of like, no, 603 can't happen. That's why I screenshot it. There's no hate to your play whatsoever. I don't have a play, so why would I hate anyone's plays right now? You guys have balls, right? I'm the guy who doesn't have balls right now to do anything here. What's the daily for IWM? IWM's daily move is 214.34 and 204.96. So for IWM, very interesting look here. When does it start to get risky? Hey, you start to lose this. Hey, we can go down to, actually, it suggests we can go down to like 205, like way down there. But so far, it's not it's not necessarily showing you the best. It's not showing you the worst. But I think the 2-hour is able to curl up here personally. That's just my inclination. But you can really see how this would obviously be like, oh, okay, it's breaking down. The only thing is we didn't lose this zone. So if you're really paying attention to this and you're marking it off and you're like, okay, we really need to lose this. This is the 2-hour, the last time we saw somewhat of a higher low and a little clump of price action with some resistance and support. So we mark that off and we go, look what's happening. Look what's happening. Uh-oh, a higher low. So do you see how now it's like it can do whatever, but as long as it's not breaking through here and then coming up to reject, it's kind of okay, right? So if the 2-hour is able to just confirm here, that would mean what happened? We broke out, we came back in, we found the buyers at the perfect level, and then we just turned to the upside and we either set up a lower high, which is pretty likely here for IWM, or we see this just scream higher, create that divergence point at the monthly expected move, and then we tear down towards Wednesday of next week or even Friday of next week. So IWM is interesting. What you're looking for here is just, does it see the 2-hour confirmation? Is the 30-minute able to remain curled up? So this is what we mean by trading like water. This is a confusing time. So trading like water means just moving back and forth. So that means if I say, yep, it's going to go, bam, I say it's going to go. Okay, 30-minute crosses down, I'm out. All right, 30-minute crosses back up, I'm back in. This is a bad way to do it, though, using the same chart. You'd want to be looking at 15s, right? Oh, the 30-minute or the 30-minute needs to take out what? Okay, the 30-minute, most likely the critical level is right here. Okay, so if I see a 15-minute move that goes up and then does not get above that level, well, then I can say, all right, it's up, up, up like this. Oh, we curled down. Notice that the curl downs in here get you out before you would have been out on the 30-minute. And then look, it's never gotten you back in until right there. You see this little notch, right? But is that a good confirmation? No, these are all like this one you potentially could say yes if you're trying to be risky. But if you're waiting for all three reasons, then you're going, okay, this is a negative bar. That's immediately not it. You want to see a positive bar now. You want to see a positive bar in this area. That's when you go, okay, the bullishness held for that entire bar. It can extend us up. And then we can try to take out that 212.02. And I'm expecting a small pullback or retest after we get through 12.02. So all you're looking for here is the 15-minute to give you a good confirmation. And you potentially have a trade from like here to for like 2 points, maybe 2.5, up to like 213. We get up to here. Wham, then you come back down. Go boom into here. Uh-oh, we see something bad. Oh, no, it's still fine. You're looking for more higher lows, and that's it on the 15-minute. And you never took this level out, so you're just critical of the 30-minute rolling. SPY breaking down, 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 down. 11 minutes left. And then we go into 10 a.m. Oh, OPEX days. How much fun are we? The main thing that matters, if you wanted to know about OPEX, is usually the close, where you close at the end of the day, and where you close and how people hedged, how volatility is reacting. So we'll look at the close and we'll look at volatility. We will not be paying attention to if I'll actually be having to look if volatility is actually down by 10% today. I will actually go look at that because the number on the right side of your screen is just going to be wrong. It's not correct right now. You are not down 8% for volatility. Give me one moment here to drink some water. All right. I'm having these little coughs down here. Dust or something. All right, let's see what you guys are chatting about. Dixie daily divergence. Yeah, so UUP. UUP. Oh, sorry, the dollar. UUP. UUP. UUP is what you trade. So if you wanted a different style here, the daily has confirmed. Yeah, I'll take a look at UUP. Let's look at UUP. We can make moves for it, but let's see what it wants to take out. Okay, so targeting like 28. Targeting 28 could be good. You see a move, right? You see how this is giving you the higher low and the price action here. That's a good thing. You try to get to this 28. That means that this is going to try to get to 28.50. So you might have a little trade here for the UUP or the dollar. Now this could take you up to something like 28. It could take you through these levels, but the main thing here is if you wanted to just say, oh, is the dollar coming back? The weekly is most likely going to test into that area where that high is, or it's going to try to go all the way up into like $29, I would say, about $29. So this is going to try to turn around here. Notice here, no right shoulder that could have been, right, yet. So what if we go make that right shoulder now? All right. So that's what I would just be watching for. It looks like we can see a weekly upward move for UUP for a bit of time. We can use the dollar to kind of show that as well. We see that the dollar would like to go up and test in these levels, if not get all the way to something like there towards 105. So this is where you try to execute on that play. This means what? Hey, the 2 hours confirming up into positive territory. If you want like a confirmation, a reason to get in, right? You want an actual thing that's just like, okay, I'll take that reason. That would be here. That would potentially be now, right? You're getting it from RSI. You're getting it from price action. It'll close in 8 minutes. It looks very, very nice. I'll look at orders for this and we'll see what it looks like. So you got to take July, what is that, 18th? What was that place again for UUP? It was what, 28? I think it's cheap, guys. It's 20 cents. I mean, these things move very slowly. These things move very slowly, but if you catch one of those moments like here, like you see the same type of structure here. Look at this. Down into dramatically down into what? Boom, boom, boom. Dramatically down into boom, 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 a little bit bigger. So you see if you can get up to that 28, but the contracts are pretty cheap for, I believe it's for July 18th. So there is a way to execute here. Then what you look for is what for your management of the trade. So now you know that this thing has already confirmed daily divergence on the Dixie, but it has confirmed a higher low for UUP. This means you watch for what? Anytime that 2 hour does roll, right? If that 2 hour rolls before it's able to take this out, then you might be retesting lower levels. So if you see that start to reject, maybe use your 30-minute skills or whatever, and you see if that's going to reject, it can come down to here and then curl back up, and you can see how it'd like to go higher. For the time being, though, the dollar is not necessarily suggesting that that is necessary. The dollar is saying it wants a 2 hour move to the upside now. The 4 hour is suggesting it wants to continue the move right now. I wonder what that looks like on the monthly. Oof, that looks so rough. Yeah, oh gosh. Okay, so there is a little trade there. Just don't expect it to be like really fast. And I would say really watch out for right above $28. It might be a quick little double though. I think there's contracts for like what? There's the 28 contract is literally 20 cents or something like that. It's like 22 cents. It's like 18 to 22. I'm thinking about it. Let me see. Let's do it here. That curled up. This wants to go again. Will we get a big enough move? That's the thing. Will you get a big enough move over the next month? You Richard, the way you're saying it, today's the day to say those type of things. Today is the day where you're, it's expiration day. What do you see? Some weird things a little bit, and then, anytime now you have this window towards the end of the month that you're just gonna see weird things, man. You could literally see us break levels, wick all the way up. I didn't read Baba's point though. Daily divergence thoughts. Yeah, that's my thought on it. Is it can do good things. Oh God, we're having fights about manipulation. We're having fights right now about manipulation. Mm, mm. I think it gets risky if that thing confirms. I mean, it's not an RSI or MACD, but still, I don't want to see that confirm about anything. This thing is in an uptrend. That could be a higher low right there. Yo, daily pullback now. You like the crazy thing is did we set a bigger trap? Like, what is going on? I mean, maybe the market will give me a short if it dumps. Maybe. I'd like to see price action after OPEX. Yeah, I think so for Apple. This is where you do want the higher low. Now, you don't want a 30-minute higher low. You want this to be a retest for the 30-minute. You want this to be like a 5-minute higher low. You know what I'm saying? You want this to be like, bam, we're going again. And then you don't want to see divergence or some shit. Like, that sounds awful. You want this to just go. Tap off that 5. Take out all this stuff. Okay, we did the thing. We're trying to make a right shoulder in some way. I bet. I bet. But, like, go. And this is the opposite. And now you have a plane down, right? This is kind of like, you could reject here. You could reject here. So you blatantly have areas where you can just roll. If you see rolling, watch out for Apple. Because remember, Apple, it's the 2-hour move that fails. I think it just wants a 5-minute continuation, though. That's my opinion. I think it tries to continue. 5-minute looks like garbage for the SPY right now. After OPEX is when exactly? Well, technically you could see volatility or anything like, so OPEX, you want to see if the after move can curl up. That means you continue what you're doing. You continue the bullishness for a bit of time. And then usually after OPEX, if you're going to see, say, negativity during OPEX, you just want to really pay attention if that upside rolls. So then that upside rolls, they're going to start the pullback then. But if that upside can continue to go up, okay, then we're actually going to go up into potentially the very end of the month. But I think GDP is still what I'm going to watch out for. But I have, if we're able to see any kind of upside, then you would say we could extend to end of month. It's just hard to trust things on OpEx. That's why you don't hear me trying to risk a bunch of money. Right? That's the whole reason to watch a channel, is to see what other people are doing, right? Find people you trust and find people who you can pay attention to what they're doing. And right now you can say, what am I doing? At this moment, I am just saying, I know that the next week or so seems like it could be fun to trade. I think it's going to end up being more stressful than fun. So I'm choosing to just be like, nah. Yeah, but okay, Richard and Baba, like, come on. Those things don't even matter. How much do you bench? Like, come on, we're dudes. Try to cut that tension, you know? Try to cut that tension. Bench 185. Big spike and flush on Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin doing? Oh, come on, Bitcoin, you freaking bastard. It was saying it wanted to keep going, then it turns back down. Freaking A, man. 4 hours like, yeah, we're doing this. And then 2 hours just literally said no. Oh, God. No curl down on MACD. Curl down on RSI and price action. 58 minutes left. See if it's some funkiness, but my goodness. I'd say the next time you probably see a reaction is in 29 minutes. 29 minutes, we'll watch that reaction. I benched those 16 ounce canes. Spy calls here or no? I'm not doing anything. This is not the structure to head up right now, but all the 2 hour has to do is see some kind of OPEX craziness. I'm not playing their game today when it's like a day where you actually know price can be manipulated, like it can, like they want certain levels to get tagged and things like that. The market wants those levels to get tagged, so it kind of like tries to rip down to 590, but it won't get to 590. It tries to go to 600, but it won't get to 600 until what? Until like literally 10 minutes before the close or even after hours. Nail, I don't really like to look at Nail for the housing sector, like anything to do with housing. I'm looking at this guy. What I see as higher lows are potential here, but I also see how the lower high is potential as well. So you're dipping down in this area twice. It's not a bad thing, right? You just keep, you're ping ponging. Like, do you know you're ping-ponging? This is actual ping-ponging, right? So you're stuck here, right? You're getting around this area. Say it's green. And then you're coming all the way down into here, which is what? Well, this is the thing you needed to take out, right? We needed to take out, technically, you needed to take out all of this for this one. Like, if you were marking it off now, you'd say something like this. This high right here is pretty important. Boom, boom, boom. So what you'd be looking for in this one, you'd probably mark off in red. And this is kind of what I said about Tesla. Like, ping, 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 ping. But you keep showing your head above where? Here. Not here. Here. Which I think means something. I think that matters. I think for this one, you're looking at this and you're going, this is interesting. We keep breaking the center of this, but we don't keep breaking the center of this, which tells me maybe I need to pay attention to my 2 hour, right? Maybe I need to pay attention to that, and then I can do something with nail. Maybe the daily's about to curl up. So let me look at my 2 hour and just go, okay, is this curling up? Hey, maybe I could take a chance here. Say it's just gonna be good. Or I can wait for this type of move to happen, get a pullback, and then see if we're able to get that breakout moment. You have the potential to try to get that higher low now. So that 2 hour move is very likely to come. So where's the 2 hour move trying to get to? Truly, the 2 hour wants to get through this gap. 2 hour wants to get through here, which means for something like nail, you know I like nail. This means it probably has a big high that it needs to get through. And so I'd be looking for just like this and this. I'd say, okay, can the 2 hour get to here? Then it's probably going to pull back. Then it's going to go up again, left head, right shoulder, and then that's when you have a chance to break that high. So I think you're looking at it at the right time. And I think you could do something with this in some way. I would just highly pay attention to the management of your trade if you do not take out at least this wick. Like that wick, or it's bad. It's kind of like, hey, we take this out, and this is on nail, so you'd probably mark that off for HGX, but if you see this and it just rejects down, you see this and it rejects down. If you see this, you say, okay, we can turn down and curl back up. Right? You need to extend this for a bit of time to go positive. No divergence from those levels, but we've seen it curl up before. Good flatness. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Yeah, you as well. Oh, fuck. Just heard the girls get back. Yeah, SPY needs to wake up. TLT, it just, if TLT drops down as well, it's like, oof, are you going to get that daily move to the downside? Is TLT going to tell us this while the market goes like this for a few more days? And then the market starts to do what? Catch up to that towards like next week or something, right? We would like stair stepper down. I'm not in anything, Christopher. I don't think with it being OpEx, I don't think it's prudent for me to read into as much price action as normal, like as many things as I normally would. I don't think it's as prudent to do so today. I think it's more prudent to do so maybe at the end of today. I think it's more prudent to pay attention to if we go up on Monday and pull back on Tuesday for some kind of upward move into GDP. I think it's also important to see if by Monday we're losing these critical levels down here or even losing 590 for a retest in here to head lower, right? Because you are seeing that slow rolling like someone is mentioning in the chat, and you can just keep doing that the whole way. So what we want to see is, hey, do we see a 30-minute move like this and then a 30-minute move like this, just like over here? Now, what we're looking for, if you want the better trade, usually you'll get like those 30-minute rolls into a 2-hour move, and then that 2-hour move will fail. That's the better trade over there for downside, in my opinion. If we just tear down, we tear down. Like, I don't think it was very obvious. I think if you're looking for the teardown signal, then you have to get like good confirmation from volatility, which you have one of those right now. You do not have MACD and RSI. So I would just say by end of day is volatility like this. At end of day, do you see a green bar like that for volatility? Well, then we better be careful with holding things long over the weekend. And that could be wrong, but that shows you risk over the weekend. I think you're probably buying yourself time here. I think now it's going to gradually go up, gradually go back down, gradually go up, gradually go back down. Like on little 5 minutes. It is possible they are grabbing liquidity. They're trying to stack the numbers down towards 590. And then they're trying to not pay out the 600s. They don't want to pay out 590s. They don't want to pay out 600s. And if you would have saw the upward move right away in the morning, like you did on the Q, notice the Qs saw it. The Qs got it. The SPY did not. Right? SPY never got it. Above these levels, above 600. Right? Never got it. That's so they don't pay them out right away. So pretty much if you see like 600, it would probably be end of day. If you want to roll those and see a squeeze, then you're looking at break of 600, maybe 5-minute pullback 603 end of day. But right now, I think the most important thing is actually someone mentioning in the chat, pay attention to the rolls. I tried to, Osama. I don't think today is the most obvious day. Especially quad witching. We talk about this with OpEx. Just note that OpEx can be a little bit simpler because you have to think about it. It's like 4 times the amount of contracts could be out there. Like you have almost 4.2 million just expiring for the SPY like today. That's just the SPY, not even the futures, not even SPX. Like this is just the SPY. A lot. Here we go. Remember, this is the time you pay attention. What did we talk about at the beginning of the stream? You break through that 200. You show the 5 wants to roll. You look for it to reject one more time, and that's where it can get worse. That's where you can break down to 590. So now, if you're a bull, you kind of want to see us like gradually go up into end of day, not hit 600. And then at the end of the day, like literally the last 10 minutes, you might see us cross above 600. It's either that or roll. Wolf was a weird thing, wasn't it? That was crazy out of nowhere. But as of right now, retesting the buyers at the wick, right? This is a different form we don't talk about too often, but you can utilize like spaces like this and say, hey, I don't want to lose that. Right? I can still pay attention to divergence, things like that, but I don't want to lose that. That takes away all of your any kind of bullishness coming in. Oh, Jesus. So you don't want to lose this. You can see how you would probably go deeper to make that divergence at that point. Then you have to take all of this back. Right? So you want to see up now and make a new high here. And then you have a big amount of sellers to try to get through. But weekly wise, no, not monthly. Yeah, it'd be a rejection divergence now. This would be very interesting, but I think Wolfie Boy being the one that like, didn't they like file for bankruptcy? I don't know if I'd believe in that one too much. It'd be risky. Personally, I would just be really watching these moves in here. See how you're able to curl. See how you're even able to curl down a 30-minute and then you curl back up. This is why the good thing right now is probably a 15-minute if that just curls back up into positive territory. This looks like 30-minute could be retesting at this point. You look for that to confirm by end of day. And then what do you get? You are very likely to get your 2-hour continuation into something like 350 next week. So it really depends on this consolidation right now. And if this is continuation, which you would lean towards for this pennant, you would really just say, hey, does the 2-hour curl up into positive territory? And right now, if you wanted to take on some more risk, like you don't see the 2-hour curl up today, or see a 2-hour good bar today, you can always look at that 30-minute and assume some risk over the weekend. That is something you can do if you make that decision. But for these type of ones, I'd like to say if the 30-minute only curls up, then you'd want to pay attention to position size. You don't have as much confirmation from a bigger chart. Yeah, if you have the 2-hour confirmation, I would potentially even go full position, but as it's like a 30-minute and you're in risky times, you have to realize that. And if you want to try to make money in risky times, downsizing the position is never a bad call. You took 319s? Okay. I probably would have like reached up to the like 330s maybe, but yeah. I don't know. Well, you don't do things very extended out though, so you don't have to reach out too often if you want some good contracts. Tesla's usually expensive though. Tesla's usually a little bit expensive, isn't it? Let me look. 15. 15 is pretty deep. Okay. So I'm going to leave you guys on this. I do have to hop off right now. The girls came home a little bit early, so we'll leave you guys on the 15-minute. I will be back in a little while. So just stick around if you'd like to stick around. If you want to go somewhere else, that's perfectly fine. But we're going to leave the stream up for today so that you guys can, hang out and chat for a bit. But I do have to go for about I might be able to be back here by like noon my time, so that would be about an hour and a half, but we'll see. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Talk to you guys later.